Hello and welcome everybody to this week's Go4 Modern Combat 5 Red Cup number 40. The 40th Cup, guys. It's been a while, but we finally have gotten to this point already. Anyways, let us get right into the tournament for today. We have a number of teams that have actually signed up, quite more than usual.
Yeah, there's 20 teams coming in, and we've got some very familiar looking faces in there. We've got Elf Crew returning, Destiny, who've had a little bit of a tougher time of things recently, but have still be big names. Of course, we've got ASN at First Action and Old Glory. Not only that, but Violence as well. So a lot of big teams coming back, making a return. Some of them haven't been here recently, but all looking to try and strive and win the big 4-0.
Anyways, we do actually have a matchup getting set up right now, just waiting on 3 players to join in. But in the meanwhile, we will just go over all the teams that will be playing in this bracket for today, since we do have quite more than usual. So it'll take some time doing that. So starting off in RO16, Elf Crew doesn't have anyone to face. So they're going to be waiting on the matchup between Mex Cartel and Disney Clan, which is going to be the game we will be seeing first. Like I said, we are just waiting on some players to join up that match before we begin the first game for today, so stay tuned for that. Also, going on in RO16, we have Numbers versus Destruction U. We have Destiny versus the Satanic Team. Forza versus Camustra is going off in the RO32. Ross family waiting on one of those teams to finish up before they can continue on with their tournament run. ASN First Action in the same situation, waiting in RO16. Doc Crew versus Korkali, they're battling it out right now. Sniping Clan versus Wolf Claw, battling it in RO16. Old Glory versus Brave Cats, RO16 matchup. Nuclear Winter versus Rust and Raw in RO32, and Violence is going to be another one of those teams that's just waiting on the match to finish up.
It's great to see some of these old faces back here. Old Glory, of course, not an old face at all, but a recent one, winning out number 39. So well positioned to come in and do the same thing again. But we have, of course, as we got mentioned, got ASN First Action in here as well. Our invitational winners, perhaps setting themselves up for any potential future rules changes if they do materialize.
Anyways, we are just going to be waiting on these final few players to join up. In the meantime, get yourself situated, get yourself some snacks, as we are going to be bringing to you some more action-packed Modern Combat 5 gameplay shortly. Alright, it was a short little break, but we are actually getting right into the gameplay for today. We have Mex Cartel versus Disney Clan, starting off with a team battle on streets. We have Disney on the blue side, Mexican Cartel on the red side, and it looks like Cartel has started off by taking a defensive position in the red spawn, somewhat similar to what Disney was doing, but Disney does have some players peeking up a bit. And we'll have to wait and see who gets the first blood, and it looks like it is Disney Clan.
Yeah, nice start for them. Both teams are starting to play it out very conservatively, and now with the kill numbers in the advantage of Disney Clan, it means we're going to be seeing the Mex Cartel forced to come to them. And if we see any more grenade suicides, it's only going to get more easy for Disney.
Yeah, Mex, they were planning on playing defensively at the start of this game. It looks like that plan has now gone to waste. They now need to actually try to get the lead before they want to do something like that again. And it looks like they're going to be going in. Rig picking up 1. However, we do see a trade back by Disney Clan. And we do see these Mex Cartel players getting a bit more aggressive. However, they do need to be careful from the positioning of these Disney members.
Yeah, Disney Clan starting things off very, very nicely. Getting a lot of, now this close quarters fighting, breaking out, starting to turn a little bit back towards Mex's favor. Perhaps it isn't the kind of game that Disney wants to try and get into here. Disney have managed to come out of it ahead despite all of that, but things are heating up in a hurry.
We do see Mex taking the lead by 1 point so far. Disney did lose quite a few kills right there. However, they were able to stand on equal grounds for a while against Mex Cartel. They just need to really adjust their gameplay. We did see a lot of snipers at the start of this game. Let's just see if they are able to hold on. We see another kill coming in for them right here. Mex Cartel is still relatively split apart. Since they did have the lead, looks like they are trying to go back to their little camping spot in their spawn. And it will put a lot of pressure on Disney to push in on them.
12 apiece means that we're going to be waiting to see where the next sniper kill comes through to try and put the pressure back onto the opposing team. Disney Clan started out so well, but they are going to be ones to get the kill immediately, getting traded back again thanks to a tasty grenade. And we're back to parity once again, waiting once more for a huge explosion of action.
We do see some risky gameplay right here, pushing up with the sniper rifle, trying to back off. He is able to escape just by a hair's length with half his health remaining. We do see both teams wanting to just guard these entrances. We have ABC watching the side entrance, making sure that no one's escaping from there. But then we also have Hinzenberg staying on that side as well. So who will actually spot the other one first? Who will get that first snipe off? We'll see shortly.
Wow. There we go. The kill just being secured there. It's pretty rare to have a full-on sniper battle like that play out as calmly as that. There's usually some other factor going to be intervening. But Heisenberg working very well to find those little avenues, those little sniping corridors to funnel those bullets through and pull Disney Crew into the lead.
Well, Disney in the lead right now. They don't really need to be pushing ahead. However, they are still going to do that. They know that some of the Mex people were going to be pushing out. Maybe try to use that opportunity to actually pick up some kills of their own. We do see Radar Noob pushing up, picking up a nice double kill with the KOG before he gets taken down. That does help bolster his team's lead just a bit. But we see Mex just fighting back, trying to keep that score as tight as possible. But Disney also picking up some kills of their own. Bino picking up one more before getting taken down.
This close range fighting, it thought for a little while this was going to be favouring Mex Cartel. It does seem to slowly but surely be turning back in their favour. Disney managing to trade the kills, and that sniper battle this time, or rather again, they're going to turn into the favour of Disney, functioning a little bit better from a little bit further away range and picking up a bunch more kills to build on that lead.
Yeah, they did pick up quite a few. They were 4 ahead. Mex still trying to fight back. They were able to pick up 2. That's a third right there. Only need to pick up 1 more. Our Radar Noob fighting back, trying to kill some players. Thomas picking up a kill with the KOG. We see Disney trying to pick up some kills of their own as trades, but Mex Cartel is just putting the pressure on. Just getting a lot of kills. No matter how big of a lead that Disney is able to build up, they are somehow able to recover from it.
Mex Cartel definitely not wanting to let up any amount of pressure in this game, and with how fast-paced this game is, each time, or at least a few times, we've seen these knife kills coming through. They've just been traded back straight away because the teams are just moving across the map en masse. ABC though, with that sniper action, managed to nail 2 in a hurry. Very nice. Disney gonna be ahead by 5, ahead by 4, with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Now, it's really up to Disney at this point. They have to really hold on to their wits, make sure they're not really slipping up at this final few moments of the game. Only a minute and a half left to go, and they have been able to increase their lead a bit more. We do see one of the Mex players did disconnect, maybe not performing too well, deciding to just leave it to the rest of his team for these final few moments. Disney, however, trying to play a bit more defensively at this point.
Radar Nooming for the full Disney team coming out huge in this game, 15-6. Program X 13-8 as well. Very strong individual performances from the Disney members. Mex so far struggling to really find that breakout performance, and I don't think they're even going to get the chance in this game. Streets seem to be firmly in the favor of Disney Clan, and we're only waiting for that last kill to make this the journey to game number 2.
And it looks like that was it right there. Disney Clan taking out Mex Cartel for game 1, 50-39. It was quite a close game, but getting near the end, we did see Mex Cartel just starting to slip up a bit. That's what really gave the game to Disney. If we saw somewhat similar gameplay from the beginning throughout the match, it could have been a very, very close game.
Oh, for sure. It felt like Mex Cartel realized the game was out of reach in the last couple of minutes and decided perhaps not to commit too much energy to what was otherwise going to be very, very difficult to win game 1. Perhaps in game number 2, we will see Mex Cartel come back and make a go at it from the very opening moments.
Anyways, we are going to be waiting on game number 2 to be set up between these two teams. Game 2 should be a team battle scramble. So it will take a few moments for that to get set up. As soon as it is good and ready to go, we will be bringing that match right to you. Alright, this next game is still getting set up right now, but in the meantime, we did have some questions in our chat. Guys, if you have any questions, concerns, comments, please do type them in the chat. We are checking them out. And we do actually have a question that did seem quite important, so we decided that we're going to be covering it right off the bat right here.
Yes, I've just had to check who it was. Gaming Life was asking how to play in these very tournaments which we're bringing you today. Hacksaw, what's the best, the fastest, and perhaps the only way for the people to get involved in these tournaments and potentially play on stream themselves?
Well, if you guys don't know, ESL has their own website for Modern Combat 5, or at least Modern Combat has their own page on ESL's website. You can start off by Googling ESL Play. It'll bring you to this original page right here. It shows a lot of games, but if you do scroll down just enough, it's not even that far down, you will find Modern Combat 5 on that list. You just click on Modern Combat 5. It shows all of the upcoming tournaments, all of the live tournaments, all the brackets, all the info that you will need to know. If you want to get into something like Android, you have to look on the list, see if you could find Android, and we do see over here Android 5-on-5 Open Cup. You would just click on this, you would go find, make sure you are logged into your ESL account. You see on the side over here, because this is what you need to do to actually confirm signing up. So log into your ESL account, make sure you are on a team of at least 5 players, make sure your team have their proper dog tags, IDs, everything in, and you should be able to sign up with no problems.
Yeah, it's just a very, very step-by-step process. We see new teams come in all the time because it is so straightforward. All you need is a group of friends, or indeed you can find those friends in the chat, in the custom games today, and make your presence felt in these tournaments. No entry cost at all. So why not chance your arm, and maybe you'll get shown on stream next week.
One thing I also do want to point out, if you are going to be a newer team, you are going to be signing up for these tournaments, highly recommend reading the rules, as we do have a lot of good teams that might be performing quite well. However, they do get disqualified for things like not checking out the rules, not seeing what they can and can't use. So if you are going to be a new team, or if you know what, even if you are a veteran team, recommend just checking out the rules every week, just seeing if anything has changed at all, because you don't want to really get caught off guard with a technicality.
Oh, that's very true. We've had even veteran teams get caught off guard by that before, particularly with the invitation we had recently, where the rules were very specifically changed. There is the possibility of having rule changes in the future. We don't know how frequently those will be coming through, but it's always worth having a check through the restrictions. Make sure you're completely up to date and you don't get caught off guard by using something that you shouldn't.
Alright, looks like our match has been hosted up. We are going to be getting into that very shortly. It looks like they have half of their players in, so we're just waiting on about 5 more before we actually begin this next game between Cartel and Disney Clan. But as soon as it is good and ready to go, we will switch right back to that and get back into the action-packed gameplay. Alright, so it looks like we do have some changes going on right here. Looks like we're going to be moving up in the bracket, and we actually will be seeing Elf Crew versus Disney Clan. And now they're hosting up this match right now. We don't know exactly how long it'll take for them to get that set up. So in the meantime, we will actually be trying to get into a custom game if possible. If we can't get into a custom game right now, or if we do get the password before we can start the custom game, we will then just have a custom game later on. If you guys are new to these streams, we do these custom games every once in a while. Just gives you guys an opportunity to join up, play with the streamers, and, you know, just get on stream.
I think we have, unfortunately, gotten a password through. I'm just seeing if it's currently live. Yes, it's being set up, and it has just been set up, the lobby. So I don't think so, Haxel, we're going to get a chance this time round. I know you guys are looking forward to a chance to take the field with Haxel and shoot in the back of the head, but we'll have to wait just a little bit longer.
Alright, Elf Crew versus Disney. Looks like it will be a team battle rooftops for game number 1. And I do apologize for the wait, but it will be a bit longer before we get all the teams into this lobby. Right, it did take a while for us to get into this match right here, but we are finally into the action-packed gameplay between Elf Crew and Disney Clan. We have Disney Clan on the red side, and they actually are taking a lead right off the bat against Elf Crew right here. Elf Crew on the blue side only haven't been able to pick up 2 kills so far, but they do need to be careful. Disney starting off this game strong, and being able to hold that 1-point lead could mean the world for them.
Elf Crew do manage to even things up. So few kills in it to start off with. We see American Sniper manage to pick off pro gamers. Elf Crew are finalists from last time round. Disney Clan new for today, but doing pretty darn well to go toe-to-toe with Elf in this round of 16 game number 1.
One thing that Disney does need to be careful about is the fact that they are all grouped up in that one little back corner. They really don't want to see grenades getting thrown back there, as it can be quite devastating. We already do see Elf pushing into that one location, starting to pick up a lot of kills. Lovegood spotting a few on the top with the KOG, using it to his advantage, using that rapid fire, using that range to his advantage, picking up plenty of kills. We do see Disney starting to slip up right here and starting to fall behind.
Elf Crew coming out huge. Nell and Rabbit both with 5 kills already. American Sniper with 4. Very low death numbers across the Elf team, of course. I've been seeing more coming in. Sniper tearing through Disney Crew, Disney Clan even, and the kills starting to rack up a huge lead already, and we're not even 2 minutes in.
One thing I want to just point out about what happened with American Sniper right there, he got a double kill. He continued on, he only had 24% HP, and the last guy missed every single bullet, couldn't even hit the last shot, which gave him a 3rd kill right there, which is, that was just mind-blowing to me. And we do see just a massive amount of kills coming in from Elf right now. Elf, you know, they were starting off the best. We did see Disney able to hold up at the start of this. But not anymore. You just see Elf putting all the pressure on. Looks like Elf was able to gauge Disney's skill, and they are now using that gauge to their advantage.
Yeah, Elf Crew showing us why they made it all the way through to the finals once more. Absolutely annihilating Disney Clan in this game. Disney Clan fighting out of Iraq, Elf Crew fighting out of Japan. But so far, it seems to be all about Elf Crew, who are looking to try and put on a clinic as American Sniper just cutting up Disney Clan like Swiss cheese.
Their power, man. The lasers are just too strong. We just see the power of that right there. The thing is, especially if you have tried using the Bear Power before, it's all about the precision. You have to really aim perfectly if you want to be getting those kills. And you could just see the amount of damage he was able to do with that weapon this entire match, going 19-5 against Disney. Double the points over Disney.
That's just crazy. We saw how well Disney were able to do in the last game, but this time around, American Sniper in particular, the whole of Elf Crew taking Disney Clan to school. Game number 2 will be on the construction site. Will we see a resurgence from Disney Clan, or will we just see more power from the Elf Crew?
Anyways, before we do take a short little break, we actually will be starting off our first giveaway for today after taking a look at the brackets one more time. I know you guys do love those giveaways. You do want a chance to win those credits, but do not worry. Your chance is coming very, very shortly. Let's quickly just take a look and see what has happened, as there has been some things that we would want to point out so far. We already do have a team moving up to the quarterfinals. Numbers taking out Destruction U, moving up to the corners. Whoever wins this match between Elf Crew and Disney will be facing them.
Yeah, but it's been great so far. Going further down the brackets, we have, of course, got Destiny, who comes this one with a pedigree of success so far, taking on the Satanic. I'll just have to check what the full name is. The Satanic Temple. Gosh, how edgy. We'll see which one of those goes on to face against the winner between Kamasutra and Rost family. Oh wow, there's got a whole bunch more games going on as well underneath that.
Yes, we do have a ton as well. ASN First Action versus Doc Crew right now. That's still going on, but whoever does win that will be facing Sniping, who has taken out Wolf Claw. Some other matchups that have finished up as well. We have OLG Glory finishing up Brave Cats, moving up to the quarterfinals as well. And we are still also waiting on a another match between Nuclear Winter, and whoever wins that will be facing Violence.
Yes, we've noticed you guys in chat talking about what may have been a rules infraction in the last game. We will have a quick look into that before our game number 2 gets underway between Elf Crew and Disney Clan. Certainly did not go Disney's way in this first game. Haxel, do you think there's any way for Disney to be able to come back for game 2?
You know, they just really need to be very careful about what's going on. They did start that off quite strong. As long as they're able to do something like that, they can keep the pressure on Elf. I believe that the beginning was just Elf not really able to gauge their skill at first, and as soon as Elf gauged it, they were able to rush in and try to use that to their advantage. But they might have something up their sleeves. Disney might have some sort of tactic that they can use to defeat Elf in this next upcoming game.
I think that, yes, there may have been a rules infraction which has been pointed out by you guys and has been noticed by admins. So we'll have to keep you guys updated as and when that's finalized one way or the other. They will be looking to it as we speak to make sure that is actually the case. But please do stay tuned, and we'll bring you either the next match in the series or from a different series if this one will not continue.
Alright, like I was saying earlier, we are actually going to be bringing that giveaway as well before we do go to that break. First giveaway for today will be on our Facebook page, guys. If you guys don't know what our Facebook page is, it is facebook.com/Modern Combat. All you need to do is, if you are in our Facebook chat right now, all you need to do is type in hashtag RO16 for a chance to win 500 credits for Modern Combat 5. That giveaway is live now.
I'll put the details through the chats just for you guys' reference. But please do come and join in. We'll have those 4 giveaways during the course of today. No cost to enter, only the chance of winning 500 credits for your very own.
Alright, looks like we are moving on to our next match for today. Now, today has been quite odd, at least. We've only been able to see one game for each of these teams before we do move on to the next. And we were already on our next matchup for today. This matchup right here is between Elf Crew and Numbers. Elf Crew on the blue side, we have Numbers on the red side, but we already do see Numbers taking quite a demanding lead.
Yep, double Japanese team in this quarterfinals. We've been tearing through things so far, and Numbers look to be trying to do the same thing to Elf Crew, picking up yet another kill. Ahead 5-2, a grenade being cooked, but not going to get any more kills so far. Perhaps a moment for both teams to catch their breath. Lovegood going to fall in the favor of Zayas. We do see a bit more vertipower coming out from American Sniper, but we're going to need to see a whole lot more if Elf Crew are going to stand a chance in this game one.
Yeah, no, Numbers did actually start off this game quite strong, and they did get quite a few kills right off the bat. American Sniper pushing in with the Bear Power once again. He did have invulnerability, at least spawn invulnerability for a few seconds, trying to push in a bit more. However, it looks like it was a bit too much for him to handle. He does get taken down. We haven't really seen any major confrontations yet this match. We do see these trade kills every once in a while, but we haven't seen any like massive kill feeds.
No, Numbers look to be quite comfortable in the position they are right now, but there's 2 more kills coming in for Elf Crew. Perhaps this strategy by Numbers is a little too conservative. You see Rabbit picking up another kill, you see one training back, and Alfie gets a second as well, but Rabbit will put them on the ground. A whole bunch more kills coming in for Numbers, starting to build up ahead of Steam Kaiku, with the Drill Eye looking to try and get one back. We've got the Bomber coming in, and everything blows up in a hurry.
Nell in a quite an awkward position right here. It does give him some sniping range from a few locations. However, people rushing up, he did get easily taken down. We do see Elf just trying to fight back, trying to get that lead as much as possible. That Bomber picking up a few kills, but still not enough to actually come back from the lead that Numbers has at the moment. Numbers just continuing on their spree, just trying to buffer their lead even more. And we could see that Elf has been having some problems actually trying to come back from this.
Are going to be behind by 5. Elf Crew have been behind by 5 for quite a while now. Numbers quite happy to get into these trades. Keep those individual team numbers the same. Alfie, though, with a nice pick-off with a grenade, will make it 6 in favor of Numbers. Numbers honestly looking very confident in this game one of conversion, but there's still another half to go here before we get to find out who our first game winners will be.
Zias pushing up, he did pick up one, getting Rabbit for the second, surviving for a bit longer. Quite good for him because he is able to pick up his kill streaks as well to assist his team. Numbers, maybe that is what's been holding them back so far, just the lack of kill streaks. So they do have a recon aircraft up at the moment, but it could be that that Numbers is somehow counteracting that. There is a perk that will make it so you are immune to those kill streaks, and especially if you are a well-seasoned team, not having those radars can actually be quite frustrating.
Yeah, Numbers doing pretty darn well right now, managing to build up that lead to 8 ahead. Alfie's going to make it 9. Alfie's been a massive player for Numbers so far with a large amount of kills, but also, I believe, the most deaths on the Numbers team as well. Both teams have got their leading player with a lot of kills and a lot of deaths, getting mixed up in the action, but so far working out a little bit better for Numbers so far.
Yeah, 9-kill lead, and it's quite a good buffer that Numbers does have over Elf. Elf is going to need to try a bit harder, especially with the remaining 2 minutes and a half that they have left in this game. But the thing is, we don't know if we're actually going to hit the score limit or not. With the pace it is going at, it looks like Numbers is trying to rush that finish line. It looks like they're trying to hit those 50 kills as soon as possible, just so they can finish up this first game.
An 8-kill lead becomes 9, becomes 10, becomes 11. Very quickly, Numbers looking to try and put this first game to bed. Of course, we are still in the best of 3 stages, but Numbers coming out at speed, tearing through Rabbit. We've seen each of these Elf players perform so well, but now they feel they're almost helpless as we come up on the 2-minute mark. Numbers putting on an absolute show for us, and they look to be very swiftly to close out game one.
We do see a lot of these Elf members trying to stay at the top, trying to stay away from these enemy members because they know how crucial these final few kills are for their team. We see numbers only needing one more to finish up this game right here. The question is how long will it take for that final kill to come in. Lovegood at critical health. One single grenade could finish him off. But we do see some numbers players rushing to the top. And it looks like they are able to get that final kill.
Wow, so many kills coming through in that game. Alfie performing very well, but honestly, with Zayas as well, having the same sort of kill-death kind of ratio going through, both performing very, very well. I think the Elf crew did end up, I don't know if they had one player missing for any significant duration of the match, but look at those death numbers, such high numbers on Kayak and Nell. That needs to change for game number 2.
We'll have to see if game number 2 yields any more luck for Elf Crew. Game 2 going to be a team battle on construction site, a slightly more balanced map in my opinion, but we'll have to really wait and see how these teams decide to utilize this map. In the meantime, we are going to go into a short little break while the next game is getting set up. Guys, don't forget we are also still doing a giveaway on our Facebook page. All you need to do is head over to that Facebook page, type in hashtag RO16 for a chance to win 500 credits. Looks like we will have game number 2 between these two teams. Numbers versus Elf Crew. Numbers taking that first victory, but it looks like Elf Crew is going to be trying to fight back for this game right here, starting off with a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, very nice play coming out from Elf Crew, evidently a little bit more comfortable on the construction site, ricocheting those shots with the Dread Eyes off the roof, but Numbers not going to take any of that, firing back with some more straightforward offense, throwing the grenades, but Elf Crew do manage to hold on to the tiniest of leads to start us off here. Of course, if you just joined us, Numbers are up 1-0 in this quarterfinal, so Elf cannot afford to lose this game, and they're coming out strong.
Yeah, no, the fact that they are actually quite spread apart, we do see Numbers kind of grouped up in this general outside location, but the fact that Elf Crew is able to use these sniper rifles, the fact that they are able to use these long-range rifles to their advantage, they are just so much more comfortable with it, and we do see it in their gameplay right here, just able to keep the lead against Numbers so far. Let's see how long that holds up for.
We've seen teams so often try and make use of the space on this map to really steal away some advantages. Rabbit picks up another kill there for Elf Crew. Elf Crew looking very confident in this game. And number 2, will they keep it up though? Numbers have shown how well they can fight when it comes down to a real brawl. The Elf trying to keep Numbers at arm's length for the time being at least.
Rabbit trying to be a bit more aggressive, trying to push in with the KOG. He does need to be careful. There are 2 people on the balcony. It looks like he might realize that as well. He does spot them up there, and oh, as soon as he uses the Berserk, as soon as he uses extra damage, he does get taken out. However, it does not really worry him too much. He will get that perk back as soon as he does respawn. Elf, however, still just keeping this inside building on lockdown, keeping the construction site on lockdown, picking up 1, picking up 2 with the KOG. Looks like he might know that there's a 3rd in the building as well. Spots him, tries to go for the kill, and he is able to take down Alfie as well.
Elf remain in the lead. The map divided between east and west between these two teams. Both teams outside, both teams inside. But so far, Elf have managed to keep things in their favor. Numbers picking up a couple more there to try and claw things back. We've still got 4 minutes on the clock. We've still got a whole bunch of kills in this game, and we're seeing sniper exchanges across the map.
Elf still able to hold on, but we do see Numbers getting dreadfully close to that score. Zios pushing up. It looks like he might be able to pick up a kill. No, he does not, as he misses his shots. He knows there's a few players in the back. However, the players know he's there as well, as he did miss his shots. He doesn't have a suppressor. Getting hit with the bear power from that range shouldn't do too much damage, but American Sniper having that precision that he has had from all the previous matches, just being able to hit all those shots from long range, taking out Zios, who had a weapon who was probably well more suited for the range.
Yeah, honestly, American Sniper rarely fails to impress in this game. Currently riding up high with 7 kills and 6 deaths, though Alfie, for Numbers, despite Numbers being in the losing right now, Alfie with the best performance. Oh my god!
Oh, just a massive quad kill coming in for Numbers, changing the tide of this game right here. I was not expecting something like that to happen. You wouldn't expect teams, especially well-seasoned teams, to be grouping up that much, but it did come in for Numbers, and that is what gave them the lead so far. Now it's up to Elf to see if they can try to get the lead back. However, Numbers, now having this new opportunity in hand, they're going to try their best to keep this lead.
Numbers have shown their skill with grenades so far. That quadra kill just really the cherry on the cake from here. Numbers finally back in the lead once more, but we have got these kill streaks starting to come out, starting to try and turn this match on its head. Halfway to the finish line, kill-wise, a little bit over half. Time-wise, I honestly don't know if we're going to see a timeout or if we're going to see those 50 kills reach from either side.
It is much closer than before. Elf maybe gotten a bit shaken from that grenade, but we do see they are still trying to fight back. Nell picking up a sniper kill right there. They do know that this could be the final game for them. They need to really put all their effort into this match right here, as if they do get taken out, this will be when they get knocked out of the bracket. We do see Numbers trying to fight back, coming from behind, picking up some nice double kills. Alfie is able to continue on his spree.
Wow, Alfie in particular, those grenades have been on point this game. Mannion managed to get kills, which I honestly didn't think would be at all likely. Look at those numbers, 18 and 9. Absolutely crazy. Elf Crew not done in this game, so still looking to try and take on the big dog in the form of Alfie, and will take them down twice in quick succession.
Love good. Kind of in a bad spot right here, getting shot at by 2 players. He does get taken out, however, he was able to pick up a kill of his own. We do see how the tide of this game slowly shifted into Numbers' favor, is it only needing 2 more kills to finish up this game, and Numbers maybe going to be trying to be a bit more aggressive at this point, as they only need 1 kill to finish off Elf Crew.
Numbers coming out very strong in the last minute of the game, and that will be enough. Numbers adding up to victory this time around. Elf Crew will be off to the showers. They are out of this number 40 Red Cup. Numbers advance further.
Just quite an interesting game. It was kind of skewed towards Elf Crew, but just that concussion grenade. I don't think anyone saw that concussion grenade coming. Just a massive amount of kills that it was able to secure for Numbers, and just maybe demoralizing Elf Crew just a bit, just enough that we did see Numbers able to come back and take the lead.
I'm hoping we can see a lot more coming out from Alfie. Those grenades were crazy. Such good accuracy. It was just blow the game wide open. Of course, we will see Numbers moving forward to our semi-final. And I think we might even have some updates bracket-wise as well.
Let's actually quickly take a look at that, see what has changed. We do know that Numbers is going to be moving up to the semi-finals, so congrats to them. Also, guys, we are going to be doing our Facebook giveaway drawing in about a minute or 2. So if you haven't already, make sure you do type hashtag RO16 into our Facebook stream chat for a chance to win those 500 credits. And let's take a look at those updated brackets right here, right now. Alright. So we do have... we did see Numbers taking out Elf Crew. Numbers is going to be moving up to the semifinals. Destiny still waiting in the quarterfinals for Campstrata versus Ross Family to finish up. We also do have an update from ASN First Action taking out Doc Crew, and it looks like they will be the ones to face Sniping in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we are seeing. Yesterday was the first time, at least I believe that I can recall, I saw Indian teams manage to occupy 3 of the 4 top spots. This time round, it seems to be the Japanese teams have come out in force, occupying an enormous amount of quarterfinal spots. Will we see that trend continue to the semifinals? It remains to be seen. Destiny have managed to punch their way through before, so they're a team I'll be keeping an eye on. But Old Glory being part of this tournament means they can never be discounted.
Anyways, it looks like we might have some downtime, so we might actually be able to do some custom games as well very, very shortly. We're just going to see if we have any more matches coming in. If that is not the case, we will do our Facebook giveaway and then get into a custom match for iOS, meaning anyone who is watching the stream, anyone who has Modern Combat 5 installed with an iOS device will have a chance to join the broadcast. Alrighty guys, I know you have been waiting for this moment, a chance to win those 500 credits, and we do have our winner for our Facebook page today. The first winner of the day for our 500 credits for Modern Combat 5 is going to be... Oh geez, man, I'm so bad at pronouncing names. Holy heck. Let me read this, break it down first. Elmanu Loivano Lujan. I hope I did not butcher your name there, man. If I did, I do apologize. But congratulations. All you need to do is post your dog tag and platform into the chat. Congrats on being our first winner for today. Also, guys on Facebook who did enter didn't have a chance to win, do not worry. There are going to be 3 more giveaways for today. Let me just quickly type this into the chat. All he needs to do is post his dog tag and platform into the chat, just so we can have it, just so you can get your credits properly. And since we are quickly moving on with our brackets, we actually can start our next giveaway for today. Our next giveaway for today is going to be on our Twitch page. If you guys want a chance to head over, if you want a chance to win 500 credits, or another chance to win those 500 credits, head over to the Twitch page. It's twitch.tv/modern_combat5. All you need to do is type in #quarter for a chance to win those 500 credits. Alright, we did say we were going to be getting into one of these custom games, and we do have one up and ready to go before we do get our next tournament match for today. If you guys are joining in, welcome to the Go4 Modern Combat 5 Red Cup number 40. We are doing a giveaway on our Twitch page right now for 500 credits in the game Modern Combat 5. All you need to do is head over to our Twitch page, which we should be pasting around to different chats, and you just need to type in hashtag quarter for a chance to win those 500 credits. For the custom game, if you guys want a chance to get in the lobby, the passkey is going to be ESL123. Keep in mind, these custom games are not the primary focus of these tournaments, so if we do get a tournament match, we will have to cut it off a bit early. Alright, here we go, loading into that first custom game for today. I do have a KR15 as the Sapper class. I really need to actually edit my classes a bit. I do have some funky things going on right here. We do see a guy with a firecracker right at the side. This might not be the best spot to stand. Pre-fire doesn't work because he doesn't run out into your bullets, but we know he's there. We know he wants our blood. We need to be careful about that. There he is again. There's also another guy on the roof. Can I get either of them? No, I can't, but he was able to save me. Can my drone save me, though? My drone is not able to save me, as I do get taken down.
ESL123 will be a pass key to fame and fortune. Do come and join yourself in and see if you can assist.
Oh, jeez. It's kind of, I screwed up right there, guys. I only play with 2 fingers, if you guys didn't know. Some people do play with like 4 or 5 fingers, especially if they have an iPad. And I congratulate you. You are such a good player. Then I cannot do that at all. Man, I can only play with 2 fingers. I'm terrible if I use any more than that. Like, I could use a 3rd finger occasionally, but like if I try to use it constantly, it's impossible for me to do. Alright, let's switch up. That class is not working out too well. Let's switch to something I'm a bit more comfortable with. I like this Daning 56. Let's see what's going on right here. There's a guy behind me. You know, that's common sense, especially in these free-for-all matches. I need to be careful. There's always going to be some dude behind me. Always going to be some dude shooting at me. No, even this... Oh, what? The guy's turned on me so quickly. He was like, nope. I'm not having any of that this time. He just spun around, speed of sound, took me out. Thing about the Staining, it is a good weapon, but the fact that people have all this extra HP, the fact that they have all this armor, it does make it seem a lot worse than it should be. Also, it's because my aim's terrible. And I'm just saying it now, my aim is terrible, guys. I'm sorry, I'm such a noob at this game. You have to see a noob play for who knows how long. But I'll try to get some kills. I'll try to amuse you. There's always going to be some dude behind me. He was reloading, but I still couldn't get him. I hit him once, though, and he's going to teabag me.
Haxo, I have some excellent news for you. The players are nearly ready for our next match, so lamentably, we'll have to bid this less than stellar performance goodbye for the time being, and join up for the next lobby, which I believe will be between Destiny and the Rost family.
Alright, looks like we will be getting into our next game right now. Like I said, the custom games do not take priority. They are just kind of like a filler in for. Oh, what the advertisement? No, but yeah, they are just kind of like a filler for these tournament matches. And if we do get a tournament match, they do take priority. And it looks like the next match is, like you said, Destiny versus Ross Family, and we are getting into that match right now.
Did you get into lobby in time? They have just started it. That's a little unfortunate.
You know, if I had the extra 10 seconds that the advertisement took for me, you know, maybe I could have gotten to the lobby in time, but no worries.
Well, that's a little disappointing. We might be able to bring you game number 2 between Destiny and Ross Family, or alternatively, our delightful admin might be able to find us another quarterfinal match. That would have been a second quarterfinal to show you guys. So there's a good possibility some others may be, if we're lucky, just about to start.
That's kind of my fault though, because I wanted to do that custom batch so badly. I wanted it. It was in my fingertips, but they had the match hosted, and I was dumb and I didn't join. But you know what? I think that gives me some more time to do maybe another custom game if there is not another game good and ready to go. Looks like there is no other matches going on at the moment. Maybe possibly ASM First Action versus Sniping, but that match has been going on for a while. We don't really necessarily know the details of that. We actually can take a look at the bracket, see if anything has changed between these two teams. It looks like they have round 1 photos up, and they probably are playing in round 2 right now. I can't even see that right there. So it looks like we won't be able to get into that match either. So right now it looks like we're kind of at a standstill. Destiny versus Ross Family, and everyone else is just in a match or waiting on an opponent to face, meaning a perfect opportunity to continue on with a A+ gameplay of a custom match. Totally my fault. I do apologize for that, guys, but I think you guys do enjoy those custom matches as well.
Honestly, I don't think anyone could fault you for your love of being shot in the face live on stream. Honestly, considering that, I think it feels like performance-wise, Haxel, you've been really stepping up recently. So I can only think that the people you're playing with are really throwing everything at you to try and have that strong of a performance.
Man, I wish I was stepping up. I know what stepping up is, and I think I'm stepping down. Anyways, if you guys want to get into the match, feel free to join this second match right here. The passkey is going to be ESL123. Feel free to get right into this second custom game. We are going to be seeing Destiny versus Ross Family as soon as game number 1 does finish up. Let's actually open up their details for a few moments while we are waiting on players to join up this custom lobby, just so we can see what is going on with game number 1. See this, at least what we're going to be seeing for game number 2 as well.
Because I was in the spectator slot, I've just kind of stayed in there, and I can provide you guys with the update that the game between Ross Family and Destiny is actually very, very even. Both teams right neck and neck, 25-23 right now. So we shouldn't be too far off of that game concluding, if the kill speed from game number 1 is any indication.
All right, and looks like we do have some interesting folk in our lobby so far. Let's make sure we are on a team, just so we don't get locked out of our own match. That has happened before. Just want to clarify, and it's not very fun. You see, you join, you make a lobby, forget about the lobby for a bit, and you forgot to click the join button, and you kind of get stuck on spectator. Then it's kind of odd when that happens, but it can happen. Let's actually get right into this match. Free-for-all construction site. Let's also do one more thing. Let's increase my brightness so I can actually see stuff. You know, maybe brightness is gonna help. Maybe it's gonna just make me do worse because I'm getting blinded by my phone screen.
That's true. With all things, there must be a balance. Oh yes, Haxel. The one of the things which we tried out yesterday on the Android stream. I don't know if have you tried doing custom rules, custom games before?
I have done some custom games before. However, it usually is the case that we have a lot of people who don't follow said custom rules in the custom games.
Sure.
So like we would do like, hey, sniper only, but then you would have some guy rushing in with a Paragon and some PR-39, and making it a bit less enjoyable for all the people who are actually following those rules.
Yes, yesterday we had a pistols only custom game, which actually people did follow the rules for it. It was actually pretty fun. We also had a rocket based one, which didn't go as well because, as you said, some people a little bit against the spirit of the custom game. I came in and just started murdering everybody, but hey, it's good for some variety at least.
It is good for some variety as well. I could also just try changing up my classes, see if I could make it a bit more interesting for you guys. I do like using these weapons, but maybe I'm a bit too used to these weapons. Maybe you guys need to see me using something I'm uncomfortable with, you know? Maybe that'll bring you some enjoyment. Bring you some gameplay with tier 1 weapons. Some quality A+ gameplay by Haxer. To be honest, I'm not actually doing too terrible in this custom game right here. I am in 6th place, but I'm not in 12th. So that is something good for me.
I'd say that's progress. That's a significant progress. And honestly, you're only 2 kills behind the leader, so that's not bad at all.
I could try using this Bear Power. You know, to be honest, I don't know if I have any armor on this. Apparently, oh, I have Santa armor. I remember I was trying to make myself look ridiculous last time I was setting up this class. So I have Santa armor, a Bear Power. This guy, I don't know what he's doing, but can I get him? I got him. There's another guy behind me. Didn't get him. Can I get this guy? He loves using the Bear Power, but he didn't get killed by it, sadly. American Sniper is in this game right now, so it is quite interesting to see some Elf players in this lobby right here. Why does this gun kill so quickly? Man, prestige weapons are crazy.
And an update for our previously cancelled match. We've got, or rather, unable to stream. Ross family did win the first game against Destiny, but not by a large margin, but they managed to close it out relatively comfortably. I believe ending out about 5 kills ahead. So we'll see what we're going to end up with bringing you guys. So far, we've been pretty impressed by what you've been showing in these custom games. But can Haxel climb that mountain and claim that #1 spot? There's only 4 minutes and 20 seconds to find out.
Blaze it, you know. And anyways, we're gonna try to get some more kills. I haven't really been able to do too much with this Bear Power. I've been doing some work. I just really need to be careful about my positioning, where these guys are. American Sniper, he loves using the Bear Power himself, but I'm gonna have to take him out with it. His favorite weapon used against him. He was been killed by a Santa man, and I'm doing okay actually. However, just the fact that I'm not really finding too many people is making it a bit more difficult to actually secure kills and try to build a somewhat solid lead.
I think that's what makes the free-for-all so interesting. Is it's not just, well, I mean, every game mode is to an extent, but free-for-all really exemplifies how it's how you're playing the match, that's necessarily how good you are individually at shooting or ducking and diving. You have to find those kills, pull yourself ahead. As we see Volstress managing to sneak away a kill. I'm pretty sure every time someone kills you, Haxel, it's some sort of cheaty business.
Man, look, I didn't see him. He was coming around the corner. He pre-fired me. This guy, he was there. Oh, that was just me being terrible and missing all my shots. So, you know, I take the L right there. That was my fault. But we got a PR 39 this time. We're going to do some crazy damage, or we're just going to miss all our shots. One of the two. I hope it's the crazy damage part. But, knowing me, that is not going to be the case. There's a few guys around this corner. This guy with the holy heck, who knows how to aim? I don't. One more guy. I got him. That's a grenade I was standing on. I just ran onto that grenade.
I can only assume that there were some deeply embedded sacrificial instincts at play there to mean that you jumped on that grenade to try and save the people on your squad who weren't there right now, but they could have been.
They could have been. They weren't. No, we're doing okay. I need to be careful, as there could be people anywhere. You know, I always need to check my back, but I didn't do it that time, and you see what happens. There's always going to be some guy behind you. Let's just pre-fire. These spawns are ridiculous, man. Oh, why are free-for-all spawns so dumb? Oh no. I'm still in 6th place though, so it's not like I've fallen super far behind. You know, I'm in 5th place now. That's even better than before.
Yeah, managed to survive just the last second, taking a bit far from the back. I think there's someone standing behind you by the fact they shot at you before. And there they are.
American Sniper only needs one more kill. You know, I might need to use some grenades. Okay, so I don't know how to throw grenades, guys. Oh no! Oh, I thought it was in the bunker or the crate, but that was not the case. It'd get taken out. Alright, that was a pretty interesting custom game where I just got schooled by all these players. I believe these are all players from from different teams as well. We got those elf players in here as well as some Vol members and Bull members, which is just quite interesting to see all these good players just join up these custom matches. If you guys want a chance to join these pro games, feel free to join when we do host a few more. In the meantime, we're going to see if we can get into the next game between Destiny and Ross Family. Alright, getting into this second game between Ross Family and Destiny. We did, so at least I didn't see game number 1, but Peter here, however, he did see it. He does have all the details for you.
Well, yes, with Ross Family managed to win out game number 1 on conversion. We're now onto construction site with a 1-game advantage in the favor of Ross Family. Looks to be that we've still got Destiny over on the blue with Ross Family over on the red. Things starting out strong with both teams taking 3 kills apiece in the opening minute.
It does seem quite balanced at the start of this game so far. You were saying how it was balanced last game as well. So, what was the final score last game? Was it really close, or did one team just take a significant lead over time?
It was very close up until the last second, I believe, and I glanced away for a second so I don't remember fully, but I believe it was Ross Family with about a 5-kill lead at the very end of the game. So only one team fight really separating the two teams. But this time round, it seems to be the Destiny are the ones looking to start things off strong, managing to build their own 5-kill lead in the second minute of this I believe it's going to be the third quarterfinal we bring you guys today.
Alright. We do see Ross Family just trying to fight back, trying to get some more kills. And Destiny not really having too much... Oh, actually, no, Destiny is in the lead right now. But, we do see Ross Family just trying to look for those kills. Maybe not trying to be too aggressive about it because they don't want to give any more kills to Destiny. However, Destiny is staying back themselves.
Yes, we're going to get those team names swapped over.
Yeah, I messed it up myself. Whoops.
No worries at all, but yes, just to reiterate, it will be Ross Family over in the blue, Destiny over in the red, which will mean that it's Destiny actually in the lead despite losing out that game number 1 with a small but comfortable 4-kill advantage. Kills being traded backwards and forward between the two teams. But we do see Ross Family starting to come back towards this 4.5-minute mark.
Yeah, they are starting to pick up some more kills. The lead isn't as wide as before. However, they are still a bit behind Destiny. Not really wanting to move at all. As long as they stay where they are, they feel like they could be safe. However, they do need to also be careful. They did take position up on this catwalk, but it can be quite risky, especially if we do see a member from Ross Family try to go for a side flank.
Oh, for sure. There's only ever going to be cover from a certain amount of directions, and no cover to be found for Destiny right now. Ross Family managed to pull things back to a very close game number 2, this quarterfinal. It's got all the makings of a run right to the end, just like game number 1, which was played off stream. 16 apiece. Destiny looking to try and find a few more pick-off kills, and they do find 2.
Yeah, the score getting even closer right now. Ross Family just trying to claw for that lead. Only needing one more to actually achieve that. And there it is. Lime picking up a kill on Caesar, tying up the game. We do see Poon picking up a kill with the Dreadeye, taking the lead back from Ross Family. However, Destiny does not want that to be the case. They're going to try to fight for that lead back once again. But we do see, as they do get a bit more aggressive, they are giving a few more kills to Ross.
A player of particular note in this game for Ross Family is going to be Lime. 7 kills, 1 death so far. A record very much in excess of anybody else in the game at the moment. Very impressive performance, but still incredibly even between the two teams, just as it was in game number 1. Destiny going to be behind by that tiny margin. The pressure is going to be there. Now the game has slowed down and perhaps turned to a more considerate sniping style.
We do see Destiny trying to be kind of cautious about how they want to push in. Ross Family trying to lock down this one location. We did see Destiny lock down the catwalk before, and it looks like the tactic this time for Ross is to lock down this back part of the construction site, and it is working out to their favor so far. Sultan picking up that kill right there, picking up a nice 2 kills, which actually does help out his team take the lead. So what I was saying before about it's been helping out Ross Family, looks like that has gone away right away.
Well, the teams are going to be learning from their own mistakes and from the other team's strengths in the course of this one. Destiny have managed to mostly try and occupy the central portion of the map, with Ross family having to work around them. So far, it's proven to be relatively successful, though we'll see a kill getting picked off there to allow for Destiny to try and build on that lead. They really need to hold on to that lead with one more kill coming through, with barely over a minute left in this second game.
Ross family only need to pick up those 2 kills. Poon picking up 1 on Sultan with the Dread Eye. We do see him trying to be a bit more aggressive, trying to push in. One of another kill is secured. However, Destiny fighting back with a quick trade of their own. Now this is starting to where it's going to get to clutch time. We don't know which team is going to win just yet. Both teams still have a chance of actually taking the lead here. However, it's going to be up to the clock at this point.
Ticking down, 50 seconds left to decide our winner. Destiny with a 3-kill, a 4-kill advantage, looking to try and roll over Ross family in this game. So he forces through to a game at 3 on the museum. Kills are flowing in. Destiny now up with a big, substantial advantage. Managed to crest that 40-kill mark. A couple of replies coming out from Ross family, but it may be too late with so little time left in this match.
They would need to do a full team wipe at this point. They want a chance of coming back right here. However, Destiny is going to stop that from happening. Destiny is picking up some kills of their own. And at this point, it looks like this match is completely have been given to Destiny.
Destiny coming out strong for the second game, and they will close it out. That will mean 1 game apiece in this quarterfinal between Rost family and Destiny. We will be going to a game 3 in the museum, and we will figure out who's going to be the best in this best of 3.
Before we do go to our break, we will let you guys know that we are still doing a giveaway on our Twitch page. All you need to do is type in #quarter on our Twitch page, which is twitch.tv/modern_combat5 for a chance to win those 500 credits for the game. We will be drawing the winner shortly, and we also will be starting our next giveaway soon, so I recommend getting in on it.
No reason not to be a part of things. Please do come across, and MC5 Gamer Pro, I'm looking at you. Only 1 entry is required to be part of any of these competitions. Multiple entries will not give you multiple chances. Don't worry, anytime you do enter these hashtags, we will take notice, and you will have just as much chance of winning as anybody else.
Alrighty guys, it looks like we do have our winner for today on our Twitch page. Sorry for the delay, but you guys have been waiting for this, and here it is. Our Twitch giveaway winner for those 500 credits for Modern Combat 5 is going to be the Nightwing. The Nightwing, congrats. Please post your dog tag into the chat, post your platform into the chat as well. Congrats on being our Twitch giveaway winner for today. If you guys entered, did not have, and you did not win, do not worry, there is still 2 more giveaways to do for today. We have one on our Mob Crush page, and we have one on our YouTube page coming up as well. Let's head over to our Mob Crush page if you do want another chance to enter for those 500 credits. The keyword will be #Semi, and the page is mobcrush.com/modern_combat5.
As always, even if you're not planning on watching on Mob Crush long term, there's no reason to not get across there and involve yourself in that giveaway. I can see a few of you guys in the chat already making plots and plans to be the first over there and enter. As long as you enter in before the end of the giveaway on Mob Crush, you will have an equal chance. So, congratulations to Nightwing. We'll see you posting in the Twitch chat. So, we should be able to get those across to you as soon as your platform and dog tag are delivered unto us.
Anyways, we are waiting on these teams to set up this next match between themselves. Keep in mind, guys, whoever wins this final rush game will be moving up to face numbers in these semifinals. We do have about 7 players in the match right now, so we only are waiting on 3 more before we do get into our next match for today.
It's been a pretty great series so far. So just to recap, Ross family won game 1 on conversion 50 to approximately 45. Game number 2 on the construction site went in favor of Destiny, who won out with an even more impressive 46 to 37. Now we're going to be heading onto Museum for Rush mode to be the decider between the 2 teams. We are seeing them starting to fill out this lobby. We will have Ross family over on the blue team and Destiny over on the red for the decisive match of this best of 3 quarterfinals.
And here it is, the rush game between these two teams, Ross Family and Destiny. And already off the bat, we do see a massive double kill coming in from Destiny. That's going to quickly give him a slight little advantage over Ross Family. And it hasn't even been 30 seconds, and we already almost have an entire team wipe.
Yes, of course. For any of you guys who aren't familiar with this rush game mode, it is a best of 5 mini series, with each of the games having a no respawn rule, which means that we've got only one member of Ross Family left up. Looks to be trying to make a go of it, but will not manage to bring things back. Destiny take that first round, the best of 5 now lying in their favor.
Yeah, that was quite lucky at the start. We did see a nice double kill coming in for Destiny. Did help them gain that momentum for that first game, for that first round. We'll have to see if they're able to do something similar again. We do have to keep in mind they are down one player at the moment. Looks like one of their players might have disconnected. So they're going to have to try to deal with that. They are able to pick up a kill, but they still are a player down.
Not a situation you want to be in. If any player does disconnect, you can only join in between rounds, so we know at least that will be an issue for the rest of at least this round. Will we see Ross Family being able to come back and take advantage? We do see a kill coming through. Of course, kills aren't everything in the rush game mode. If you can capture that central relay, that objective, when the timer runs down, your team will win, irrespective of how many of you are left.
Right now, it looks like none of these teams want to go for the relay, just letting the time slowly run out. We do see some of the players from Destiny able to quickly just pick up those extra intel kits that are spawning around the map. The same from Ross Family, as they do spawn randomly in different locations. What those things do is they give you extra intel points, which you can then spend on perks later. And we do see another kill coming in from Destiny, tying up the player count.
Very, very important for Destiny to stand any sort of chance in this second round of this best of 5. Honestly, pretty impressive considering the numbers disadvantage. One-man army doing pretty okay in this game, has yet to secure any kills for themselves, but the last remaining members for Ross Family are also the best performing members in Yumasan and Aru, both having kills secured already, but they're going to need to get a couple more if we're going to see this best of 5 tied up.
This is something that we do see sometimes in these games, these rush games, where both teams very, very cautious about what's going on. Neither really want to do anything. However, it looks like one-man army is going to be pushing up slightly. We don't know if the enemy team has realized what his plan is just yet. Oh, using the drone, he is able to pick up a kill. That does make it into a one-on-one between these two snipers. The question is, who is going to snipe first?
Enemy at the gates will be the flavor of the day. And there's the shot. The one shot that secures Destiny. That second round. Now, only one more round of rush will mean they will be moving forward into our semi-finals. It's very tense, and every shot counts.
Ross Family is going to be trying their best to make sure that make sure they don't lose this round right here. Maybe if they do try to do something like going for the relay, they'll have some better luck for the round, and maybe not, as we do see one-man army getting that concussion grenade through the floor. Probably was not expecting that at all. Destiny starting off this round strong, only having 2 players left on Ross Family, 1 player left on Ross Family's team. It's all up to Justin. However, it looks like he does get taken out, and that will be it for Ross Family. Destiny going to be our winners for this match right here.
Wow, Destiny did so well in that rush game mode. Absolutely amazing, particularly that last round. And it does mean Destiny will move forward into our semi-final to face off against the numbers team who we've been seeing during the course of this evening. A very tough semi-final to take care of. ASN and First Action are on the other side of the bracket, waiting for the winner of Old Glory, taking on Valence for the other semi-finals. So we've got some real power players coming to bear for our semis, and soon after that, our finals as well.
We will be heading into our next semi-final match shortly, but as soon as we do get into one, if it does take a while, we will actually have a custom game. So if it does take too long, just stay tuned for that. There is a giveaway going on our Mob Crush page right now, mobcrush.com/modern_combat5. All you need to do is type in hashtag Semi to the chat for a chance to win 500 credits for the game. Recommend you do enter that if you want a chance to get some extra credits. Alright, looks like we did just get the lobby for our semifinal match, at least our first semifinal match for today. Numbers versus Destiny. And we do have the players joining in the match right now. We only need about 5 more before we can finish this, at least start this first game for our semifinals today.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good, I imagine, because Numbers and Destiny have impressed so far. Destiny coming back in that last quarterfinal match after a rough game 1 to make sure we knew what they were capable of in game 2 and 3, performing very well in the rush game mode in particular.
Anyways, looks like we do only need about 3 more players, so they are slowly funneling in. We are on our way for seeing another match on Museum. However, this time it will be a team battle, and it will be a semi-final match between these two teams, Numbers and Destiny. Guys, if you are joining in the stream right now, keep in mind we are doing a giveaway on our Mob Crush page. All you need to do is type in hashtag Sammy for a chance to win 500 credits for Modern Combat 5. Recommend you do that as free credits, guys. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to be watching necessarily on the given platform to be able to win. Just pop yourself across there, make the entry in, and we will make our announcement across all platforms who the winner will be. So you can just drop yourself back into the Mob Crush to collect your winnings if and when you win at that giveaway.
Anyways, we are just getting the final few members, and it looks like we do have a full lobby, meaning we probably will be getting into this game in a few moments. Alright, here we go. Game number 1 for this semifinal match right here between these two good teams. We did see some gameplay, some fantastic gameplay from Destiny last match. However, now they are up against a whole new challenge, Numbers. However, we do see Destiny already taking a pretty solid lead against Numbers.
Yeah, the US team Destiny coming out very strong in this first game of the semi, our first semi of today. Numbers looking a little bit shaken up. Do manage to pick up 1 kill for themselves, but a one-man army going to be taken out by the sniper shot as well. Nice a bit of maneuvering around the map. Great use of the verticality by Destiny to try and find kills they got no business picking up.
Yeah, Numbers looks like they did have a player who did disconnect for a short little moment. However, he is able to come back into the game. Khan having some impressive snipes so far. He's been like baiting players into these glass areas because they can't shoot through the glass. However, as soon as he can see through the glass himself, so he is able to line up the shot and fire as soon as they do peek around the corner with the sniper rifle. It is a very risky tactic. However, it has been working out for him so far. We do see Destiny with double the point lead, and Khan just still using this Dread-Eye to his advantage, picking up plenty of kills.
Destiny up 19-7, more than doubling Numbers score so far. Japanese team Numbers really struggling in this game number 1 on the Museum. We see the kill streaks, of course, going to accelerate the trajectory of Destiny towards a game 1 win. We are yet to hit our grand finals with best of 5. This will be best of 3. Destiny setting themselves up very, very well to go strongly into that second game with a significant lead.
We do see Numbers not really wanting to be too aggressive at this point. However, being aggressive might be what they need to actually come back right here. They just do need to be careful for the snipers. Khan being very, very defensive, just making sure to watch all these long hallways, making sure that no one is pushing through. However, no one's watching his back, so someone on Numbers team could just come around, go for a flank, and pick up a quite good number of kills.
11 to 20, Numbers struggling, if they do manage to find a Dreadeye long-range shot. I do wonder, though, if these kills will come in swiftly enough to allow Numbers back into this game. 8 kills in the bank for Destiny so far. Though the game does seem to have slowed down considerably, Destiny not picking up additional kills really turned into a sniper battle now. Both teams trying not to give away any unnecessary kills.
Alfie going from the flank, he does pick up one on Kanikon. Looks like the enemy team does realize it, but ABE is able to take him out before he could deal any more damage to the rest of those players. He could have gotten another 2 kills right there for his team, but it looks like Abe was able to react in time. He was able to stop him from doing that, but we do see Abe pushing in, being a bit more aggressive himself, getting some kills that their team probably did need.
Yeah, with Numbers making a really impressive comeback in this game. Perhaps Destiny getting a little bit too comfortable after their early successes, but Numbers still need to catch up. 6 kills behind Destiny, only need to start picking up some more kills of their own, and there's one coming through before it could put themselves into a position where it's difficult for Numbers to come back in. Kills being traded backwards and forwards, shotguns taking to the field. 5 kills separate the two teams, and the snipers keep on flowing. The kills keep on coming for Numbers, and they are slowly but surely catching up Destiny.
Melee jumping down on all these players right here. You see us was able to take out that 1 kill with the grenade. However, we do see Destiny, they are kind of spread out in that area, so you can't really focus on one spot, or else you will get punished from another direction. And it has been working out quite well for Destiny so far this game. They have been able to maintain their lead. However, Numbers is being a bit more aggressive at this point, and like I was saying at the beginning of this game, maybe them being aggressive could help them out.
Pack tactics coming in from Numbers, working reasonably well. We're seeing Destiny struggling to bring their unit back together, find that coherence, but not get picked off by multiple members of Numbers at the same time. However, Destiny do manage to start picking up some kills of their own, accelerating their lead, bringing them up to 7 ahead. 2 minutes left on the clock as the kills keep on coming, but they keep being traded.
But I don't know at this point. Numbers getting quite a few kills. However, they do just really need to be careful about people on the enemy team getting these double kills, getting any sort of triple kills. But we've been seeing Alfie putting in work, Sias putting in work, getting these massive doubles, these triples for their team. That has been bringing the lead even closer, ever so slightly. However, will they be able to do it with the amount of time they have remaining? The thing is, with only 1:30 left in this game, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to hit the time limit or the score limit.
Zias and Alfie for Numbers, the 2 best performing players in this game so far. Numbers remain behind, however, just by a single kill, a single breath. It gets caught up. We've got just over a minute left in 47 to 47, 48 to 48. It could not get closer. Who's going to take it? We won't even know until we get to see the scoreboard, and we'll just have to wait and find out.
Looks like Destiny was able to clutch a final kill right there, securing their first win against Numbers, 50 to 49. But Numbers, I do like their momentum, especially at the final part of that match. They had such a good chance of coming back right there. However, they just fell short by the smallest of margins.
And as mentioned before, Zias for Numbers, despite being on the losing team, did have the strongest performance in the game. If we can just see a little bit more from the rest of the Numbers lineup, it could easily turn into a 3-game series. Please do stay tuned for our second match between Destiny and Numbers on Conversion. We'll bring that to you as soon as we humanly can.
We are still waiting on this match to get set up between these two teams. We do have some players already in the lobby. Just waiting on a few more before we can begin game number 2 between Numbers and Destiny. If you guys haven't already, make sure you do enter our Mob Crush giveaway. We will be drawing the winner once we have the winner for this matchup right here. So make sure you do head over to our Mob Crush page, mobcrush.com/modern_combat5 for a chance to win those 500 credits for the game.
Mob Crush tends to be one of our less subscribed channels, so your chances are best of winning. If you want to have any chance at winning those credits, a great place to go across Mob Crush /modern_combat5. Just go in there, drop that hashtag semi, and secure your chance of those 500 credits.
Anyways, looks like we do have some more players joining in the match right now from Destiny, meaning we will probably be getting into this next game very shortly. And it's going to be quite an interesting match to see, especially since the first game was so close.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you don't get much closer than both teams being on 49 kills and not even knowing who won up until the scoreboard turns up. Really, really impressive stuff from both of them. I hope the second game or conversion is anywhere near as close as that. I think we've got a very good chance of going to a game 3 if Numbers can just find that one extra kill to push them through game number 2.
It looks like we do have about 4 of the players in from Destiny, just waiting on one more, and we will be able to start shortly. Alright, getting into game number 2 between Numbers and Destiny. We already do see a few trade kills going back and forth between both teams. However, we don't know if it's going to be anywhere like game number 1. It was relatively close, and that was quite a good match to see. Let's see if they are able to give us another good show.
Numbers are going to be the blue team. Destiny over on the red. Yep, absolutely last second action. But we seem to be neck and neck once more. 4 apiece in this game. Grenades flying, drones taking it to the skies, and both teams trading kills backwards and forwards in flurries. Numbers do manage to snatch away the tiniest of leads and are looking to try and build up. Nice bit of knife work coming out, and another kill. Nice headshot onto Sultan. Destiny looking a little bit shaky in game number 2.
Yeah, as long as they're able to keep on continuously building this lead, they have a solid chance of winning this match right here, which is what they do need if they want to continue on. Alfie picking up a few more kills on Zoma, and Tanyaka pushing up as well. One thing we've been seeing from Numbers is a slightly more aggressive playstyle. As they do push in on these snipers, they are able to pick up those kills, and they were able to solidify their lead.
Seem to be a lot more comfortable for Destiny on this conversion map. Oh my gosh, those grenade kills coming in. Echoes of our previous game with the multi-grenade kills. Both teams flinging those back and forwards, but numbers build up that lead even further, going up 9 ahead of Destiny. Not what we expected coming into this game 2 after such an even game 1.
You know, for game 1, we did see Destiny having a solid lead at the beginning of the game, but it was Numbers who was actually quite a bit behind, and they were able to come back from that deficit they had. So maybe they are able to just keep that momentum on and use it to actually take a lead in this game right here.
Oh, for sure. There's every possibility. The game has slowed down a little bit, allowing Destiny a chance to catch their breath and maybe catch up on that kill count. Numbers sitting up at 20, haven't picked up a kill for a couple of moments. Destiny managing to sneak a few and bring themselves back up. Only 4 kills separate, 4.5 minutes left on the clock. 2 more kills come in for Numbers, finally finding their way around. I think both teams stalking each other around the map.
Yeah, Numbers, they decided to go for the full out aggressive push, decided to push in on the enemy team. You see Zias on the top. He's not going to look to the side, so he's not going to miss an opportunity for those kills. Goes in, sees Sultan. However, Sultan is able to take him down. He under the map with the Com4, able to get revenge on his dead teammate. We do see Numbers just trying to keep the pressure on. However, they do need to be careful. They have been giving up quite a few kills to Destiny.
Destiny being backed into the bottom right-hand corner of the map, but they are, with them being in a corner, they could be the most dangerous. Using Numbers closing in around and looking to try and flush them out, but kills flying backwards and forwards on Numbers only managed to hold on to a 6 kill lead, which quickly turns into a 5.
Destiny doing some strange tactics of their own. You have Sultan going around trying to look for some kills this way, maybe trying to be aggressive and try to flank Zias or flank the rest of the Numbers. We do see a few more kills coming in from both sides. However, Destiny is able to get the most of them.
Tanaka really coming out big for Numbers here, managing to accrue 11 kills and 8 deaths, as is Haya with 11 kills and only 3 deaths so far. Nothing comparable for Destiny, as Destiny start to fall further behind. Numbers looking to try and make this a much bigger win in game number 2. Again, we are still only on best of 3. We look to be heading towards that game 3 and the rush map on the streets.
Diaz picking up a nice double kill with the airstrike. He's going to try to continue on with his kill streak right here. Only 4 more kills needed for Numbers to actually secure a victory. We do see Destiny trying to play a bit further back now, not trying to push too far out into the open, as they don't really want to give up the win that easily. However, Numbers just going to be aggressive and pick off the final 2.
Very impressive performance from Numbers in that one. Destiny not sure quite how to deal with that sheer level of aggression. And as mentioned before, we will be heading into a game number 3 of our semifinals, taking to the streets, going for it rush style.
It's going to be quite a show to see. Will Numbers be able to keep their momentum, or will Destiny have some sort of plan to counteract them? We'll find out shortly. You know, we'll also find out shortly. We'll also find out who our giveaway winner is shortly, at least after this next upcoming match. So if you haven't already, please do head over to our Mob Crush page. Make sure you do type in #Semi for a chance to win those 500 credits for Modern Combat 5. That giveaway is still going on, and we will be drawing the winner after this next game. I know you guys are waiting for this next upcoming match to start up. We were loading into the match. We had all the players in the lobby, but for some reason, an entire team may have just disconnected while we were loading in. There's also another issue going on where my capture card decides to not work. So hopefully I'll be able to get that resolved by the time they do rehost that match, and we will be bringing you this final game between these two teams very shortly. All right, that was quite interesting to say the least. So you see right here, we got Mr. MC5. First off, my Elgato wasn't working like that. I'm gonna plug that back in though, because we want to see the game. Second off, they had to rehost the game like 3 times, right? They had to rehost the game like 3 times. But we're finally in the rush game between Destiny and Numbers. We have Destiny on the red side, already getting the first blood of the match, and we have Numbers on the blue side.
Yeah, this is a game number 3. This is Rush. This is the decider between the US team Destiny and the Japanese team Numbers. We've got over the other side of the bracket taking place right now. ASN First Action taking on Old Glory. So we could well be in for an all-Japanese final unless Destiny come out on top here. But it's either team's game to win or lose based on a single shot.
A single shot indeed. Or actually, you know what? The fact that we see Numbers having that relay so early on in this game, it's going to be giving them a lot of extra intel points, which they can use to upgrade their players in later rounds. Also, the fact that we don't really see Destiny being too aggressive. We see a lot of snipers on their team, not really having suitable classes to push in and maybe try to challenge these number of players who have captured the point.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. Numbers coming out pretty darn well from this. Now, just having the numbers to bring to bear against Destiny. And with this, I think if anything, Numbers will look to try and draw this game out to try and get as much intel as possible, as many upgrades for game number 2 against Destiny. So everything in favor of Numbers right now, and they seem very well set up for the second round of competition.
Caesar looks like he's just trying to stay back, even though he might not be able to do anything at this final portion of this first round. He's at least going to be able to stay alive, at least be able to save his perks for the next round. Just a tactical save by him, but we'll have to see. We had quite a few of those members left alive. We're going to see quite a few strong members on their side.
For any of you guys who haven't played the Rush game mode, intel is accrued over the course of proceedings, and that intel can be spent on upgrades to your stats, accuracy, health, and so on. Those upgrades are lost upon death, so Numbers winning that first game is so important, all of their team retaining their upgrades. But round number 2 of this best of 5 rush is turning into a grenade fest.
We do see Numbers being down 1 player, actually both teams down 1 player right now. Numbers going for their favorite tactic again, trying to get near to that relay. They do need to be careful. We do see Destiny having some snipers in the top balcony. Maybe they knew what Numbers did last time. They're going to try to prevent it from happening this time. However, they also do need to be careful, since as soon as they do peek out from this little doorway, they will be vulnerable themselves.
With the highest number of kills in this low kill game, 2-0 so far, wielding the shotgun, looking to try and find a little bit of purchase with a grenade throw as well. Destiny put on notice that even one misstep could prove fatal.
We do see Zias just pre-firing, and it looks like they did see one of the players for just a brief moment, and we see another kill going in for Numbers. Numbers now having the player advantage. Gonna just keep on trying to maybe bait out the members from Destiny. We do see one of the players on Numbers also going for that relay as well, seeing if they can actually, maybe not going for the relay yet, but near the relay. Alfie looking at the top with a shotgun, maybe trying to be a shotgun sniper like me in those custom games, but it doesn't work out too well. He gets sniped down, but it looks like his teammate is there to get the trade kill.
3v2. With the timer run down, either team can capture that relay and they will immediately win, but the other team will get a notification that is happening, putting them on notice that they need to act now or lose the round. Will we see Destiny try and bring this to 1 game apiece, or will they try and hold on to their perks and have the reverse sweep as an option? It seems to be it's going to be the latter. And oh my gosh, that last pickoff means Numbers get an even better second round win.
Yeah, just winning those 2 rounds in a row, having that relay for so long, and not even having too many deaths on their team. They are in the perfect spot right now. It would take a lot of effort, a really good play by Destiny if they want to win this round right here. We will see extra HP, we will see extra damage, and even maybe extra accuracy coming in from numbers. It's going to be extremely difficult to get into gunfights with this team.
Numbers absolutely ruling this game number 3. Both of the other games are very close, but last time round, Numbers being able to beat out Destiny a little bit more firmly than Destiny managed to beat out Numbers in the game number 1. Now we're seeing these players looking for those exposed limbs. Just an inch of flesh is all they need to be able to carve through and take those vital kills in this potentially last game of our semifinals.
We just see massive kills just coming in from... Actually, that wasn't a massive kill, just a trade kill between both teams. Destiny does need to be careful. They are able to pick up a second kill right there, giving them a player advantage. Picking up a third right there as well. You thought Numbers were going to be super fortified as they did survive those rounds. However, Destiny is able to pull it off. They are able to overcome the odds and secure a round of their own, wiping out all those perks that Numbers spend all their time building up.
This is so important for Destiny. It could not be a more important and a more crucial round to win. Now, in the position to be able to potentially sweep, with Destiny having that perk advantage for the next 2 games if they can win this 4th game of our Rush game mode. 1.5 minutes separates between a 3-1 Numbers victory or a Destiny beginning of a comeback.
Destiny not wanting to be too aggressive at this point. Maybe just looking for those entry picks before they can do anything else, as they do know how important these can be. They know there's a lot of people in this middle building, and one-man army sending a drone in, picking up the first kill of the round. That does put his team ahead. Now it's really up to Destiny to utilize this extra player advantage, especially since they do have the bonus perks, the better perks over Numbers. We'll have to see how they utilize it, and if Numbers will do anything to come back from this.
Neither team is showing too much interest in the relay, both perhaps looking to just try and knock out as many members of the opposing team as possible. Haya goes in with the shotgun, gets one, enough for Numbers to even up the numbers in this super important game. The relay is going to start getting captured, trying to draw the rest of Destiny into a hail of gunfire. Destiny too canny though, working around the outside, picking up those intel packages, but with the numbers disadvantage for Destiny, they need to find a way to stop that potential point from being taken, or they will lose out here.
You know, they had plenty of time to actually go try to capture that point. I'm surprised that we didn't see Numbers do that yet already. I was expecting one of them to at least capture it, and then the other 2 watch the doorways, maybe bait out the enemy team, but that is not the case. Looks like we are in overtime right here. We do see some Destiny members being a bit more aggressive. Caesar pushing up, getting the kill on Hia. Another trade kill by Zias on Caesar. Now it is a 1-on-2 situation. A sniper versus some assault rifles and a heavy. This is not looking good.
Yeah, Hia was the best performing player, one of the best performing players for Numbers. For them to be taken out at close range while wielding a shotgun, it has to be devastating for the Numbers morale, but the advantage still does lie in the Japanese team's favor. Numbers knowing that they only need to capture this relay to win out the game. Will it be a 1v2 fight? We do see the catch from the back.
Oh, and he misses a few shots and is not able to pull off that kill. Good attempt by him, however, but it was just not enough. And it looks like we will be seeing Numbers moving up in our brackets for today, taking out Destiny 3-1 in our rush game and 2-1 in our matchup.
Very impressive performance from both team. Numbers, though, did feel pretty comfortable towards the end of that rush game mode. They seem to have a stronger grasp on the mechanics. So now we only need to wait to see who's going to be the winner between ASN First Action and Old Glory to occupy those coveted final spots and determine who will be our grand champion of Red Cup number 40.
We are going to be waiting on that to get set up. In the meantime, we will be drawing our Mob Crush giveaway winner in a few short moments. So if you haven't already, make sure you do head over to our Mob Crush page, mobcrush.com/modern_. Combat 5. And all you need to do is type in hashtag Semi. We will be drawing that winner soon, so make sure you do get your entries into the chat. Alright, we are going to be doing our Mob Crush giveaway winner right before we do get into our finals matchup for today, which is going to be Numbers versus Old Glory. Quite an intense matchup. I do believe so myself. Old Glory being a team that has played before and has done quite well. Numbers doing quite well the past few matches, so we're going to have to see who is able to handle the next few matches the most.
Old Glory have been incredibly dominant for quite some time in this double Japanese final. Having a quick check through, yes, it is from Cup number 39. They were our winners from there. So it's going to be a pretty impressive feat if Numbers can take them down, but we hope that we can see a very competitive match from the Numbers team, who we've seen performing pretty darn well against everybody else so far.
Alright, before we do get into our first matches, they do have it hosted, and they already do have about 9 players in, so only waiting on one more. We will draw that Mob Crush giveaway winner. We did give you guys some extra time to enter, so it is time to draw. Alrighty. It looks like our winner for today for those 500 credits on our Mob Crush page is going to be Sun TM. He has like some fancy emoji as well. So Sun TM, congrats on being our winner for today. If you are still here, please post your dog tag into the chat, post your platform into the chat as well. If he does not respond and give his dog tag and platform, we will be doing a redraw after this next game. So make sure you, if you haven't already, make sure you do still enter, as he isn't here right now, but he might come back at any moment.
That's true. But eyes, of course, will be turning towards our grand final today between Numbers and Old Glory. As mentioned before, it will be best of 5. We will have a definitive winner between the two teams. The first game will take place on the Museum, followed by Conversion and Streets. If we get that far, we'll head on to Scramble and potentially finish things up with a rush on Vantage if it does go 2 games apiece.
First finals match of the day. We already do see a nice double kill off the bat from Numbers, giving them the lead, but Old Glory fighting back right away, starting off this game with a bang, as you can see right here. Numbers just challenging, putting a lot of pressure we have not even seen before on Old Glory.
Old Glory came into this tournament, of course, as favorites, but Numbers, yeah, coming out really aggressively. Oh my god, though, the 3 kills being picked up by Old Glory in a hurry, but Numbers managed to return the favor, staying ahead by 2. Could we see what could be a very rare challenge being thrown Old Glory's way? 8 apiece. Rigel picking up more and more kills. Zayas going to be able to return the favor, though. 9 and 9. Numbers still staying ahead by just 1 step.
Just holding on to their lead by a slim margin, but they are still able to compete with Old Glory, which is quite surprising to see. The thing is, Old Glory, at least the matches we have seen previously, the final matches we've seen with them previously, they use this new tactic, that, or at least a tactic that hasn't been used too often. Instead of being defensive, playing with snipers too much, you would see a lot of them being very, very aggressive, rushing in with PR-39s, with these assault weapons. And Numbers is doing something quite similar to that. We see a lot of them rushing in. So it's both teams just rushing up, trying to rush and find these kills. And that's why we do see so many trade kills coming in so quickly. And the score, it just mirrors that effect. The score is so similar.
Yep, 20-20 at the 5-minute mark. EMP going to be dropping down. Grenades raining all over the museum. That's not a way to treat a treasured public monument. But OG are going to be able to pull themselves ahead by 2. We see Numbers actually coming back again straight away, though. Neither team backing down in the face of other. Rigel doing crazy good work along with Rain for Old Glory in this match.
Old Glory slowly starting to take a small lead at the moment, but Numbers is going to try to get that lead back. We do see Raxton picking up a kill with the sniper rifle. They do need to be careful. They don't want to give it any too many more kills to Old Glory. They don't want to increase their lead by too much. Nice nade kill and another sniper kill coming in, tying up the score between these two teams once again. Old Glory getting a snipe by with Rai, taking the lead once more. However, they do need to be careful, as this is still a very close game and it could go to anyone.
Rai catching them out with a nice sniper work there. Zayas still maintaining a presence. Numbers, despite the resurgence from Old Glory, still very competitive, only behind by a single kill as we get a chance to catch our breath. There's the equalizer coming in from Numbers. Old Glory going to be able to respond straight away with 2 themselves. Sniping becoming more of an issue as the game progresses.
Old Glory starting to pick up some pace. They were able to pick up another few kills, putting them for 5 points ahead for a brief little moment. Numbers able to get some trade kills back, lessening that score by quite a bit. However, they do need to be careful. Oh, double kill from Ahia right there. But we still do see Old Glory with a 4-point lead.
Yeah, right, doing pretty nice work, but it is down to Rain for Old Glory at the moment with, I believe it's 16 kills, maybe even 17 in this game. Just honestly showing up really huge for Old Glory.
This game is just drifting slowly away from Numbers. They were competing so well against Old Glory at the beginning of this match right here. However, we do see Old Glory getting the flow of the gameplay, getting the momentum that they need, and just pulling ahead by quite a bit, being 7 points ahead right now, only needing to get 3 more kills to finish up this game, even a nice double concussion grenade kill, 2 more kills to finish it off.
You're absolutely right. Old Glory seem to be struggling against Numbers for such a long time, but it is a draining experience for Numbers to be able to compete at the same level Old Glory has for such a long time. Not able to close this game out. Old Glory will go up 1-0 in our best of 5 grand finals. Will we see Numbers dig down deep for game number 2 on Conversion?
Alright, we did just see game number 1 right there. We are waiting on game number 2 to get set up and hosted, but in the meantime, we will be doing a redraw right now on our Mob Crush page. Looks like Sun TM with the fancy Unicode did not come back, so he did just lose out on those 500 credits. However, we were able to redraw our new winner for those 500 credits, and conveniently, he just posted his dog tag and platform as well. Congrats to Kays on being our Mob Crush giveaway winner for today, at least the redraw giveaway winner for today. I already do have your dog tag and platform, so congrats on being that winner right there.
We have got the pass key for our second game between Old Glory and Numbers, so we shouldn't be too far off. I'll let them know that you're on the way.
And we will be getting into that game very shortly. Game number 2, a team battle on Conversion. Here we go, game number 2 between Old Glory and Numbers. Before we actually do get too far into this game, which we already do see some action-packed gameplay going on, we are going to let you guys know there is a giveaway that has started on our YouTube page for a chance to win 500 more credits on our YouTube page. All you need to do is type in #finals on our YouTube page. That's all you need to do. Typing in once is all that is needed to be done.
But yes, giveaways aside, both teams not looking to give away this second game of our grand final, still back just like game 1 with a very even start to proceedings. Will we see Old Glory coming back and carrying away the end of the game just like they did last time around to pick up 2 more kills for themselves, perhaps looking to start things out early?
We do see Numbers just getting some good kills themselves. However, they do need to be careful. This map can be quite close range, and we do see how Old Glory is using that to their advantage. We see a lot of people with the Firecracker, a lot of people using the Recon class, and Numbers is really getting caught off guard in these really close range situations.
Old Glory seem to be thriving with a 2-kill lead. We do see Haya managing to pick up a couple more coming through big for Numbers. Has been a massive player for them before, now in the lead with 3 and 3. But wow, 3 more suddenly erupt for Old Glory.
Old Glory just trying to buffer their lead. We already do see them 4 points ahead so far, and there doesn't look like they're showing any signs of stopping right now. They're going to try to build up that lead even more. We do see Gin picking up another 3 kills. Wow, which is Old Glory putting the pressure on to Numbers. We see 7 points ahead, and they're going to keep that pressure on. They know where these players are spawning. They're going to keep on trying to rush into those spawns, keep on trying to get those kills, and make that lead even wider.
I fear for Numbers that the dam may have burst in favor of Old Glory, picking up even more kills, building on that lead. Now 8 kills ahead. Tanaka does manage to take out Kiri on the backside and manages to get out more or less clean. But it's looking very dire for Numbers right now. They're still going to be behind by 8. Old Glory looking to try and accelerate matters and close out this game number 2 early.
You have to kind of think, what is really causing this? Is it just Numbers maybe losing energy over time, or is it just Old Glory stepping it up and knowing that they need to bring this game to another gear? It's kind of confusing, since this game, even the first game, it was so close at the start, but just Old Glory, after a few moments, they were able to take a lead and just hold it for the rest of the match.
I think it's so tough for Numbers here to know they not only have to play better than Old Glory from this point to the end of the game, but they need to play so much better they can make up a 10-kill disadvantage. It's an extremely difficult situation for them to be put into. And also knowing if Numbers lose out on this game, they are 1 game away from being knocked out of our finals.
Old Glory is going to just keep the pressure on, being 10 points ahead. They are feeling confident about themselves right now. Numbers maybe feeling a bit shaken about what has just happened. They were so equivalent to Old Glory, but what has happened that caused them to fall this far? They're going to be trying their best to get some kills back. We do see some kills, double trade kills coming in by them, which can help boost their score. But the question is, would they be able to bring it back in time before Old Glory hits that score limit?
Old Glory climbing back up to the 10, then the 9. Kill advantage. Do we see a couple coming out from Numbers? Maybe they have saved the best for last. The trade kills backwards and forwards, not a situation that is tenable for Numbers to remain into. More trade kills coming in. Jin actually picking up 1 for free. Kiri and Alfie both as well. Kills flying from both sides, but only 3 more for Old Glory. We'll see them take this second game and advance on to number 3. It's looking to be that Numbers cannot reply strongly enough.
Numbers, they have done quite good. They haven't really, we do see Old Glory trying to fight back, but Numbers, they're slightly bringing it back themselves at the beginning of this match. We see maybe they lit a fire under their butts again for this final, or for the second game, but it wasn't enough in the end. But it could be the determining factor for game number 3. The fact that Numbers is able to put some more pressure onto Old Glory. We might see some more intense gameplay between these two teams for what might be the final game.
Do you guys think in the chat, do numbers have enough in the tank to pull it back and reverse sweep Old Glory, or Old Glory as they're now known? We've seen many Titans fall in the face of Old Glory. Bull Nation couldn't do it. Can numbers somehow turn this grand finals around? There's only one way to find out, and that will all start with our next game.
Guys, if you haven't heard already, make sure you are typing the hashtag final into our YouTube chat for a chance to win those 500 credits for Modern Combat 5. That is still going on right now, and we will be drawing the winner as soon as we do have a tournament winner for today. So make sure you do get your entries in. Also, keep in mind, only type in the hashtag finals once, as that is all you need to do. You do not need to type it in multiple times. It does not increase your chances of winning at all.
Guys, have our next party coming through pretty quick, so we are determined to bring you only the best Modern Combat 5 action as fast as our fingers can type in those passkeys and bring you those games. So please do stay tuned. The entire finals rests on the next game, and you do not want to miss it.
Into game number 3, Old Glory versus Numbers, what could be the final match. Numbers is going to try everything in their power to make sure that is not the case. Old Glory just wanting to finish it off early.
Well, 8-8, both teams butting head, ramming into each other. Numbers know this is their only last chance to stay in our grand final. Old Glory have 2 games already. This is a best of 5. This game decides how we proceed, if we proceed, or if Old Glory just take another trophy, another scalp. Numbers fighting backwards and forwards. Instantaneous trades of kills going backwards and forwards constantly. Old Glory do manage to snatch a tiny lead and are looking to try and put Numbers out of commission. Numbers come back straight away though.
I do like the tactic we see from Old Glory right here. They have a support player on the roof. If their teammates are near the support player right here, they will be able to respawn exactly where they died. And that plus instant respawn can lead to a whole lot of troubles, especially if you are trying to be aggressive, you are trying to push in. Because imagine you kill a player, but then the player is back alive in 2 seconds where you just killed them, and you wouldn't expect that to happen a bit. Looks like Numbers has realized that is the case, trying to stay a bit further back, having some support players of their own appearing.
Yeah, very smart play coming out from Old Glory, but Numbers not going to be lured in. Of course, that strategy having a limited range applicability. And yeah, being able to fight from range means Numbers have managed to find themselves very slightly in the lead. Don't think there's any way we're going to time on this game. Numbers already past the halfway mark, up to 30 with a 3-kill lead on Old Glory.
Just keeping the pressure on Old Glory right here, as long as they're able to do it for the remaining portions of this match, as long as they're able to keep on picking up these kills, not give too many kills away to Old Glory, they will have a chance of surviving in this tournament. Old Glory just wanting to finish it off as quick as possible, but we just see Numbers picking up these nice triple kills that do bolster their score, that do boost them up. Old Glory trying to respond.
Numbers apparently a lot more comfortable on the streets, pick up even more. Old Glory start to reply though with this string of kills themselves. Well, Numbers do exactly the same thing in return. Both teams backwards and forwards. Numbers 42 to 39, 33 to 41. The kills come in so quickly. Old Glory trying to make up the distance in the last seconds of the match.
Just do see them trying to fortify themselves on the roof right here. They do need to be careful. Alfie coming up from the top, probably not expecting him to be there. And looks like he was able to get taken down. And we do actually see a comeback, an upset from Numbers, able to take out Old Glory for this match right here. Survive for a game longer, finishing it up 50 to 46.
An even a closer game than last time round. Numbers surprising everyone. Alfie coming out huge for Numbers. Still not as impressive as Rain's performance, but enough. And enough will see Numbers through to game number 4 of our grand finals. We will be taking it on to Scramble, I believe, for that every game decisive from here on out for who will be your winner. Will we see the reverse sweep from Numbers? Will we see Old Glory grasp the title in the next game? Please stay with us once more as we head back into game number 4.
We'll take a few short little moments for game 4 to get set up. In that meantime, while you guys are waiting, make sure you do head over to our YouTube chat. Make sure you do type in #finals into the chat as well for a chance to win the final 500 credits for today. That giveaway is going to be live until we have our victor for today, so make sure you do get your entries in. Here we go again. Game number 4 between Numbers and Old Glory. Numbers having an upset last game, being able to take down Old Glory. It was quite a intense match between both teams. Numbers, however, still would need to win this next match right here and the one after if they want to come in first for this tournament. So they still do have some pressure on their shoulders right now. They still would need to perform extremely well for these next 2 games, or maybe next game right here. Depends on how Old Glory performs as well.
It's honestly pretty shocking. It's a very rare sight to see Old Glory drop a single game in a series, let alone lose a series. But Numbers managed to go punch for punch with Old Glory so far, 6-6. But Numbers will need to keep up this kind of ferocity throughout this entire game number 4 if they want to see that game number 5, which could make them our champions. It would be incredible if we saw Old Glory lose out in the finals. Nobody would have expected that coming into this, but Numbers are going to be giving it their all.
Yeah, Numbers just deciding to play a bit more passively this game, deciding to stay back. They know how dangerous this map could be. They know how open it is, and the fact that Old Glory has a lot of rifles. Carey picking up a kill right there. Rain deciding to push in as well, picking up another kill. That does put Numbers behind. They will need to actually get those kills back, but I don't know. It looks like Old Glory is going to be trying to bait them out of their location.
Yeah, it's surprising to see. We have sometimes had teams trying to play Scramble more conservatively, but so far it's not turned into any kind of considerable lead for Old Glory, at least. Still, now it's going to be Numbers back in that corner, looking to try and pick up a few quick kills. Old Glory the ones to manage it though. Tanaka going down, and it means the Numbers can't stay in that corner if they want to win.
Yeah, the fact that Old Glory just has the lead. You see, they're just baiting out players. Alfie trying to rush out. As soon as he gets to the edge, he just gets taken out by a grenade. We see Tanyaka trying to throw some counter grenades as well, picking up one on Rain. They do need to be careful, however, when they do want to push out. There's going to be a lot of snipers, a lot of assault rifles looking at this one entrance right here. We do see Zias throwing a grenade over the wall, picking out Rusi. And it looks like they actually do have a chance of coming back right here. Tanyaka picking up the kill, tying up the game.
Wow, what a comeback from Numbers. We thought they were being trapped in a corner, but they lured Old Glory into a moment of inattention, managed to find their way back into the game. Everything tied up. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Ruse is going to find a grenade to bring it back in Old Glory's favor, and we go back to the waiting game once again.
Glory. Now it's gonna try to maybe do something similar, but not be as what's the word for this? They have to be a bit more careful about their positioning, especially with the grenades we saw from Numbers. The Numbers grenades just did a ton of damage to Old Glory. We do see some grenades getting thrown over from both sides. However, they have to be very, very careful.
It's still in the lead for Old Glory, 15-13, 3 minutes left in. Both teams giving each other the distance to work. Numbers still back in this top left-hand corner of the map, looking to see if they can win this sniper war. But it feels like a risky proposition for Numbers to engage in when behind.
Numbers still haven't really moved from this primary location, so that does mean Old Glory does know exactly where they are. Tanyaka spotting someone's leg. The leg shots can be deadly, guys.
Yep, the dancing shoes not going to be present for Old Glory this time round. That lead narrowed down and eliminated. Old Glory do manage to trade it back with a nice sniper shot, which is equalized. I honestly don't know what these last 2 minutes are going to bring us, but they will bring us a result one way or the other.
Numbers taking the lead. Old Glory quickly trading it back. Old Glory knows there's a lot of people inside this aircraft carrier. They want to push in. However, they know that there's people on both sides. and they don't really have a way to try to deal with it. Looks like maybe they do have a slight way to deal with it. Throwing enough concussion grenades against the wall will gradually do enough damage to kill the player who is on the inside, and it does put their team in the lead. Now it's going to be up to numbers with this remaining minute and a half to actually tie up the game, and there it is, a concussion grenade kill in return.
Yeah, threw that over the roof to land that kill. Honestly, it's astonishing to see that actually work out, but we've got the smallest of lead for numbers. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Will numbers be able to hold on to that lead for this last minute of game number 4? It is very close. Kiri picks up a kill and Rain another to put Old Glory into the lead. Now just 1 minute and change for numbers to find their way back in.
Numbers still just going to be trying to stay back a bit more. We do see some players pushing up slightly on the right, however. Old Glory, knowing that they're going to be trying to make a final push, a last-ditch effort, they're going to be watching all these entrances as well, so I feel like this can get quite hectic in these final few moments, depending on what Numbers decides to do for this final part of the game.
There are 3-way outs, and looks like numbers are going to take all of them. Picking up 2 kills. Kiri and Wright coming back and trading it as well. 22-22, 26 seconds left in. These teams wiping each other out. Old Glory come out 1 kill ahead. We need to see another push from numbers. If they can manage it, they could find their way through. 1 or 2 kills will decide. Numbers splitting up into 2 kill teams, but will they get the kills? No, Rain! Now it's 2. Numbers will need to try and find it in the dying moments, but no. Old Glory surely have done enough. 28-25. We have your grand champions of Red Cup number 40.
Old Glory, I was quite concerned. I thought Old Glory might have maybe brought it to overtime, or numbers brought it to overtime, but it looks like Old Glory was able to pick up quite a few kills the final part of the match, and just intense gameplay by both sides. Good attempt by numbers. I feel like numbers, they just were maybe a bit too uncomfortable in the position they were, especially since the past few games, the past 3 games, we saw both teams rushing in, being aggressive, but then this one game, it got really awkward for numbers. They got stuck in the back corner. They couldn't really move around at all, and it kind of forced them into Old Glory's hands.
But what a last few moments of that grand final. Numbers charging out, diving right into the teeth of Old Glory. Amazing to see such patience to hold off for so long. It was a tragedy for them, of course. It didn't work out. But Old Glory pushed to the limit by numbers. A very strong performance from both sides.
A strong performance indeed, and a very intense match. I hope you guys did enjoy. Congrats to both teams. They both tried their hearts out to get to this point. Numbers, maybe if they polish up their skills, they'll be able to put even more pressure on Old Glory next time for next cup.
I do believe we have still got a giveaway to finalize. Of course, now that all our tournament games are gone, please do send your congratulations in all the chats across to Old Glory, our grand champions of today. It's been quite a ride.
Alright guys, make sure you do type in those final hashtag finals into our YouTube chat for a chance to win those 500 credits for today. We will be drawing the winner in about 30 seconds, so make sure you do get your entries in. In the meantime, if you do have any other comments, questions, or concerns, please do type them in the chat. Doesn't matter what platform you are on, Facebook, YouTube, Mob Crush, or Twitch. We will be responding to some comments the final few moments of the stream while we are finishing up. Alright, the moment you have all been waiting for. And the bot you guys all love so much is going to decide who the winner is for today. So maybe who has been the nicest to Mr. Nightbot today, guys? We'll find out right now as we are going to be rolling the giveaway for our YouTube page. Wow. Oh, okay. Well, congrats to Anirup for being our YouTube winner for today. Nightbot has rolled in your favor. Congrats. All you need to do is post your dog tag and platform into the chat to claim your credits. Wow.
I have it on good authority. Anirup is unable to win anything. I think we may need a recount. But congratulations to Anirup. I know you've been waiting to win for quite some time. Congratulations on being our final winner of the day.
Anirup, all you need to do is post your dog tag and platform into the chat. If you guys still have those comments, questions, concerns, make sure you are just typing in the chat. We will be around on each platform to respond to your questions. Anyways, we are going to be ending off today's stream. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. It was a very, very intense stream. Very, very intense matchups for today. Numbers versus Old Glory. Probably one of the best ways to end it.
Oh yeah, and also to have Numbers actually manage to give Old Glory a pretty darn good run for their money. A lot of respect to both sides. But yep, that will be all for all until we come back later on with the Blue Cup number 40. I have been Peter Canapit Hartnell, joining Hacksaw for today's proceedings, and it's been an honor.
Hopefully you guys did enjoy the stream. That is all until the Blue Cup in 2 hours. This is Hacks, and I will see you next time. Peace.